Hello. Give me one sec here. I'm just gonna get started. So, how's everyone doing? Hope we're doing well. I find it fascinating. Absolutely fascinating that the current administration is seemingly unable to hire competent people to do any job in government whatsoever. So we're gonna start with a new little segment here, and the word of the day is gonna be falsehoods today, as you can see on your screen. So we're gonna start with a little new segment here, and it's gonna be called falsehoods. Okay, is gonna be our word of the day, and we're gonna define this for you. Okay, but I wanted to start with that first thought there. Okay, so let's define the word falsehoods, okay? And I'm just going to use the definition right off the internet here. But this one's pretty obvious, okay? I just wanted to start a new segment here where we might just have like a word of the day and define it for you guys. So let's start with falsehood. Falsehoods, okay? A falsehood is literally, again, just something not true, something untrue. It is the plural version of that. And, that's literally what it says here. It says the state of being untrue, and again, it's the plural version of that particular word. So this is how you say many things that are untrue, many lies, so falsehoods, okay? So just, that's our word of the day. Just figured I would throw that out there, okay? That's our word of the day, okay? I just figured I would define the plural version of lies for you so that, there's no question about how to use that word, okay? Falsehoods. All right, so there we are, okay? There's your word of the day. All right, so now with our word of the day out of the way, let's get on to something else. Okay? Let's move on to something else, okay? So with that first thought, it really is absolutely outstanding that, again, this administration fails to hire anybody competent for their positions. And all seemingly while, they get worried that this person's going to testify, and this person's going to testify, and this person's going to testify because they worked with Donnie, stupid jackass before, what they start doing is they start raiding that person's house and causing all kinds of problems for them, yada, 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 yada. That's what's going on. John Bolton, all that stuff. It's ridiculous. So, one could say the many falsehoods of an administration is catching up with them. And they are trying to simply cover that up. All right. So, with that being said, obviously, I am referring to this. This is obviously what I am referring to. As of as of late, you know, this is obviously what I am referring to. As far as the administration is concerned, with being responsible, because this is what's going on. Stuff like this. You know, that's what your FBI director, Kash Patel, is doing. And I want to remind you, he's also branding himself, selling branded stuff. You know, the whole cash thing. This is absurd. He's branding like Trump does. And Bongino's is doing the same thing. Bongino has a fucking podcast now. Nobody cares what that idiot has to say. Hello, Chris. This is absurd. We're not showing the world that we're being responsible. And this is actually a perfect image of why I took a back seat to a lot of stuff when I became Sifu myself. Let me just get a little personal with you, okay, for a second. I sparred other people, and I invited other people from other schools and stuff like that. My instructor did that with me to teach me how to spar with other people and stuff. It is good to learn how to do these things and work with other people, spar with other people, to learn the skill sets, yada, yada, yada. Okay? Obviously, I have to do that. But I am not going to sit here and become really good just to earn a trophy so that I can act like that. That's kind of like the image I get in my head of how people get when they win and they are winning. And this is what America can do to some people. And I'm not saying it's everybody. Obviously, we're obviously fighting that change. But this is the image. It's not the concept that, so what if you're off work and want to have a good time or something like that. This isn't what we're talking about here. We're talking about the FBI director has a lot going on right now. The Epstein files. Our country is going to war. The FBI is not investigating really much of anything, doing anything. And this is what we see him doing in the public. So the point is that this guy brands himself, he gets private jets, and what's he doing? This very coveted, respected position is given to the highest respected individual for a reason. Because this is what they'll do with it. Of course he can celebrate with the hockey team. He's the director of the FBI and do whatever he wants. Doesn't mean he should. Okay? So let me... This is bad. But let me get this off your screen. For a moment. We're gonna come back to this, but we're gonna remove that for now. We won't rub it in too much. Because we're gonna get onto something else with this. So I'm just thinking here. So, it's it's getting there. Oh boy. He's. Oh boy. Oh boy. I think it's funny. It's actually. There's a couple of things on here. It's already mentioned. I didn't even ask it to do that, but there's actually a couple of things already on here that it's mentioned that the FBI director cannot do that he's actually sort of doing. So, so there's actually it actually I didn't even ask it to do that, and it sort of just did that because like there's like very strict. That's a very strict job title. You can't just do whatever you want. It is meetings go here, meetings go here, paperwork. You know, you're the director. You're not. It's absurd. Okay. Um. I asked, can you summarize exactly what the FBI director gets as all the benefits of being the director of the FBI, such as pay, subsidies, and really any other special things this person of great respect is given in regards to them not taking advantage of the power. Here's a clear factual breakdown of what the FBI actually receives. I'm sorry, the director of the FBI actually receives, including salary, benefits, protections, privileges, and ethics safeguards designed to prevent abuse of power. So that's why it says that, ethics safeguards. The director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation is one of the most powerful law enforcement positions in the United States. Appointed by the president, confirmed by Senate, serves a 10-year term created after J. Edgar Hoover to prevent excessive power concentration. The position is structured so the director has independence but also heavy oversight. So I like how it says that. Serves a 10-year term created by J. Edgar Hoover to prevent excessive power concentration. And remember, Trump has fired James Comey because James Comey was rightfully investigating Donald Trump, who was then later found guilty on like 34 counts. So I want to remind you that's literally what it says. that serves a 10-year term, created after J. Edgar Hoover to prevent excessive power consumption. Literally the reason for it. And he's firing James Comey, who was fucking investigating him. It is like the highest law enforcement in the entire country. And the president's firing the previous one, okay? Specifically serves a 10-year term to do that. And I want to remind you, there's all these things the president can't do. He can't raise his pay. Like, the whole point is the president shouldn't have direct influence over the fucking director of the FBI. That is really, really important to remember, because the director of the FBI needs to be able to rightfully investigate the President of the United States. So, I apologize for getting a little bit heated there, but that deserves to be heated, because damn it, he fired a good FBI. James Comey was good. He was competent. And he actually cared about what he was doing. He actually liked the job, I think. Very rare. It's probably a boring-ass job. Okay. The position is structured so the director has independence, but also heavy oversight. Oh boy. Salary and compensation. Number 1, salary and compensation. Here we go. Base pay. Pay under Executive Schedule Level 2, U.S. Federal Executive Pay Scale. Holy shit. That's a lot. He gets all the benefits. Approximate salary. He makes almost as much as the president. I'm going to look that up here in a minute, because the president's pay keeps going up. Approximate salary, $220,000 to $235,000 per year. Adjusted periodically for federal pay increases. And you know they are. You know they are. Jesus Christ. The salary is fixed by law. The president cannot arbitrarily raise it. Additional benefits. Additional financial benefits. Oh, we have a list. Now, I want to remind you what it first says here. I want to highlight this. This is so important. In fact, I might put this right on your screen here. Let me make that a little easier for you to read. This is really important, I think, to remember. Is it easier to read like that? Here, I'll do it back. I'll put it back. That is important to remember. The FBI director does not receive bonuses, stock grants, or performance incentives. It literally says that right there. So bitrate's shifting around all over the place. I'm not showing that on the screen today, but I am documenting it. The bitrate is shifting around like crazy right now. I'm sure you guys already know. The FBI director does not receive bonuses, stock grants, or performance incentives. And then my bitrate shifts around. They do receive, here's the financial benefits. Here's what he actually does get, okay? I'm not arguing with this. I'm just putting it out there that this is a very highly respected position, okay? I'm just putting that out there, okay? So anyway, they do receive federal executive health insurance, so FEHB. Federal Retirement Pension. Thrift Savings Plan. Government 401k style match. It's match too. Yeah, it's match. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? Government 401k. So first of all, it's a government 401k. So I mean, like, just a lot, you know. But match. So whatever you put in, they match it. Yeah. Whatever you decide to put away and put aside, they match it and also put that. That's what that is. That is insane, and it's really hard to get that. I once worked for a company that was doing that, and then once they started hiring a bunch of people and expanded, they sort of downsized and stopped doing it. And I don't blame them. I really don't. It's really hard to do that. So, like, that's insane. They match. It's match. It's 401k sell match. It's insane. Life insurance options. It's not out of the ordinary. Paid leave and federal holidays. That's not out of the ordinary either. That's every. Just so you know, in other countries, just to let you know, I don't know who's aware of this, but in other countries, I'm just putting this out there. Okay, this is how the U.S. is. It's very strange. Okay. Now, I agree with it to a point, but it's crazy how much it happens. Okay, the U.S. Every state too, every state government and every federal employee, every state government employee, every state too. On a holiday, they're closed. At just every holiday, any excuse, and 9 to 5. Sometimes 8 to 4. Really long lunch times, like 2-hour lunch periods, staggered lunch. Like it's government employees in this country are treated way up there. Way up there. Like, even if you're a mailman. And I'm not saying treat people badly. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, why don't regular middle class employees that work for big companies also have those options? Well, the reality is the government that existed before actually, this is where you can compare, actually cared more than that company. That's what you have to rationalize. That's where you go, oh my God, are you serious? The government cared a little bit more about that than a business did about taking care of their employees. Oh, I get it now. That's where you should rationalize kind of what's going on here. And capitalism winning, where you get what I'm saying? They're just not paying employees anything. Really, you know, you guys know in Australia minimum wage is like $20-something an hour, right? I think, I don't know, maybe I should look that up for saying it. I'm not actually sure. I just know the point is that we're not talking about. I don't agree with forcing people to do things, but regulation is that. So when you regulate, understand this is everybody's got to do it. So don't look at it like that. The whole point is that it sucks at first because any change sucks at first. We are always resistant to change. But once we get over that and we understand how to adapt to it, the idea is this is supposed to be better. And then if it's not, we can adjust too. But if you don't ever do that, all you're doing is staying the same and moaning and groaning. You know what I'm saying? So, anyway, um, these are largely the same systems used by senior federal officials. I just said that, basically. It went on to say that, but that's basically what I just summarized for you. This is kind of this is kind of regular in government, that, and so, like, the point is, yeah, used by largely the same system by senior federal officials. So, like, uh, senators that have been there too long, and stuff like that. You get what I'm saying? Senators that have been there too long, and they're taking advantage of it and stuff like that, and you get what I'm saying? Like the Pete Hegseth, who was just a Fox News anchor, he's gonna suddenly have this. Pam Bondi, same thing. So you have these people that aren't doing anything in government and look really stupid and incompetent. The point is, they're all on, like, fucking ketamine and shit. No, I'm serious. Like that's what you got to realize. Like, people in this country, there's a drug problem, and the richer people get. No, Matthew Perry. I'm sorry, I don't mean to call that out or anything like that, but that thing exposed the very, very real problem. I'm not trying to be rude about that. But that's how, like, everybody sees a problem now. Where, like, that was a real, like, nobody sort of knew. You know what I mean? Like, nobody knew at all that there was some stuff going on. Just, like, that whole thing was weird, okay? And so the whole point is that, and Chester, and Chris Cornell, and, like, I'm not saying it's just one person. I'm saying that, like, the whole point, depression, drugs, like I'm just saying, like, in general, the problem is that people feel like they can't live. Everybody's always pressuring, like, you're not worth anything if you don't work sun up to sun down for everything that you've got. And then what does it all mean at the end of the day? So what? That's the epitome of a good person? I happen to think Mr. Beast is a pretty good person. And he's lucky enough that he can build some schools across the world. I think that's awesome. So if you get more people like him that want to help and reach out, and they have a chance to be lucky and a chance to make it big, they'll do more good things like that, like what he's doing. But when people just endlessly give all of the money to these morons that are incompetent, like Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, or any of these, Pete Hegseth, any of these tards, what do you think's going to happen? Pam Bondi is on drugs. I truly believe that. I actually don't think Kash Patel is. I think, obviously, he drinks now. But I'll be honest with you, like, it's pretty obvious when somebody is. It is. Kash Patel actually just wears contacts, and he has trouble with his contacts. It's actually why he does that. He's just lying and calling it FBI's. I'm serious. Like, you can just tell. It's like, I'll see him once in a while, he'll like blink, and like his eye, like, I swear to God, it's contacts. The guy doesn't want to wear glasses and look like a dork. I swear to God. Like, it's that, I'm not trying to stick up for him, like, he's sort of an asshole. I'm just saying the eye thing, like, yeah, I made fun of that too, but like, he wears contacts, okay? Pam Bondi's on drugs. I swear to God, she was being grilled in Congress, and she, like, laughed. Like, listen, like, Listen, man, if there's one thing that should make you shit your fucking pants, it's being grilled by members of Congress for, again, possibly conspiring against the government. That's basically what she's being grilled for. You know, not doing her job, covering things up for Trump. The Epstein files are sitting on her desk, then they're not. You know, like, and she laughs. And, like, her eyes are going everywhere. She can't even look straight ahead. Her eyes are going everywhere. She's on drugs. I swear to God, like, watch that. Watch that. She's seriously. She is looking all over the place. She's like there was the one time her entire head, I swear to God, made like a full circle. I'm like, what the how does not... She is, like, blatantly on something. Now, Pete Hegseth, Kash Patel, I really don't think they are. I just think they're covering things up, incompetent, and they know it, and trying not to do this whole thing, you know? You know what I'm saying? And Pam Bondi is on drugs. She is. She is. So anyway, let me continue here, but all this, you're giving all this stuff to those people. Come on, man. Number 2. Now remember, we're talking about benefits that the FBI director does get, okay? I realize we have on the screen what the FBI director does not get, okay? So that's very important for you to remember what's on the screen right now. It is important for you to remember that the FBI director should not and does not. It is illegal for them to receive those things on your screen right now, okay? Period. Number 2, housing, travel, and personal support. Unlike some cabinet-level positions. Trust me, they get whatever they want. It's pretty insane. Unlike some cabinet-level positions, there is no official mansion. So he doesn't actually get a mansion. Oh, yeah. No. Did you know that? Oh, you didn't know that? You know, like a governor's mansion or something? Oh, no, they get that. Yeah. You didn't know, did you? Yeah, like, there's real estate agents all over that. Like, that stuff, that's why. It's because, like, it's bad. It's very commercialized. And likewise, for people in real estate, jump on that. There's a market for you. No personal residence provided, actually. It actually does say that. So they have to get their own. But I mean, the guy makes almost a president's salary. So. However, the director of the FBI receives official transportation, government vehicles for official duties, secure transportation when required. And you guys realize he has a private jet. Like, that's what that's confirming. Government of vehicles for official duties, okay? Secure transportation when required. That's what that means. It means that instead of him having a mansion and like all like housing and stuff like that, they'll instead spend that on his quick transportation vehicles for him to get A to B. So he's going to cover his housing, but they can get him out of there like in seconds. So like that's the point. Private jets. He's actually, believe it or not, he's gonna be the James Bond. And you don't give that to Kash Patel. I can't express that enough. You don't give that to the guy that's doing this. You don't do that. But believe it or not, he will be the James Bond. He will have all kinds of things. Again, government vehicles for official duty, secure transportation, when required, but let's be honest, he's going to be able to have access to whatever. And so if he wants to write something off, for the sake of security detail or whatever, he's going to do that. And so, like, if there's like a specific special kind of like armored vehicle or something like that where law enforcement wouldn't normally be able to do this, he actually can, because it's the FBI. So, like, the concept is it's used for investigative purposes and not for force, because that's what the FBI is. They're the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Because that's the point. He's investigating. It's investigative purpose. It's not to, like, swarm the streets of Minneapolis or anything like that. So, like, that's why. Because that's the point. The thought is that the FBI director is going to be responsible and understand his position. That he's not to use it like you see on the screen. So anyway, the point is he will have some things like that at times. And, like maybe a little private garage underground you don't know about, that sort of thing. He's sort of James Bond a little bit. But that's what's annoying, like, about giving that to someone like him. Like, he doesn't have the proper training required to handle it. He would absolutely misuse it. Anyway, travel. Government-funded official travel worldwide. Well, we already talked about that, the private jet. Secure aircraft or DOJ, FBI transport when necessary for security or mission reasons. So here again, he just has other secure aircraft or even DOJ transport. So, like, access to more than likely an airbase. More than likely that's access to an airbase. That's what that is. So the FBI director has full airbase access to wherever, probably some airbase near wherever he is located. So, like, that's probably just extended. So, like, if the airbase knows the FBI director is in town or nearby or something like that, they have some paperwork or alert or something like that tells them, well, the FBI director is in town, and so we'll have to make sure that there's clearance for him if he would show up. That sort of, like, that's it. Like, he just has airbase clearance. I mean, he still has to have his credentials and stuff, but like, it would be the sort of thing where he can go there and start being an FBI director and be like, well, I need that for this mission, and then they would have to actually, like, cooperate. Versus if he's just sort of there to look around, maybe they might give him access, but he wouldn't be able to normally just stand there and start, trying to ask for military, help with a mission or something like that. It wouldn't make any sense. So like, I think that's the concept. Is, again, secure aircraft or DOJ FBI transport when necessary for security or mission reasons. Yeah, so that's, yep, that's government-funded stuff. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. What else would you use? And, there's police aircraft too, but no, what the FBI is going to go through, they're going to use the best. Security protection. Security protection. 24/7 personal security detail from FBI agents. Yeah. So that's what I was talking about there, where basically he just has so even in this video where you saw him guzzling his beer and stuff like that, there was a couple of guys in the background that you saw there. That were sort of just standing there, not like they were laughing, but they weren't really taking part. They were his security detail. So, like, he's always gonna, just like the president walks around with, like, again, the director is not necessarily somebody that has field agent experience. He's not expected to necessarily be, like, combative. You know what I mean? So he's going to have like big dudes and like people that, well, people that know how to handle themselves at least. But usually they're big guys, you know. And they'll be his detail, you know, just like Secret Service does that too. And by the way, big dudes, a lot of the time, it's more of a psychological thing. Just to graze over that really quickly from a security standpoint. People really will. There's a huge intimidation factor behind that, and people just won't. They'll think twice if there's several big people versus it doesn't matter if they can handle themselves or not. The people would actually be far more inclined, if they're not large people and stuff like that, you know, just because that's how they think. Oh, I can take that guy and stuff like that, you know, just because they size them up and think that's everything. So, you know, like the whole point is that obviously that's not coming from somebody that's intelligent, obviously, but a pro wouldn't go about it like that anyway. So, that's a security detail. Residential security assessments. Residential security assessments. So again, just like a governor or cabinet position might get a mansion or something like that. So he's not going to get or awarded a mansion, but he will have a security detail, residential security assessments, and stuff like that. So that's his security. That's included in his security protection. He can, if he suspects somebody was messing around or something like that, he can actually just call them all in and you know, have them look around and stuff, and it's okay. He can do that. That's free, basically. That's included. So again, the whole point is you don't abuse that. You don't freak out over every little thing, you know. So, like, obviously then the FBI director has to have a good wit about himself and know how to use that and not use that. Protection continues after leaving office if threats exist. So almost like Secret Service protection. This is one of the most significant non-salary benefits. I would agree. That is huge cost. They're paying salaries to people to travel around and protect this guy. And he didn't even deserve it in the first place. I'm not trying to be rude. Like, I don't like, you know what I mean? I don't wish ill upon him or anything. I just don't think he should be the FBI director. Like, fine, the guy wants to party and guzzle some beers. I don't care. But, like, don't be the FBI director and do that. Like, come on, man, there's so much going on. He should be looking in these Epstein files. God, man. We should accidentally see him working very hard on the Epstein files or something like that. Not accidentally see him guzzling beers in a fucking locker room. Number 3, power safeguards and anti-corruption rules. The system intentionally limits personal advantage. It does. It does. Tries to. Ethics restrictions. The director must comply with federal ethics laws. Must. DOJ conflict of interest rules. So, putting somebody to lead your DOJ that isn't really ethical in the first place, well, obviously they're just financial disclosure requirements. So, like, he can't sit there as the FBI director and sweep some financial stuff under the rug. He has to disclose that. Outside income restrictions. So again, the thing that you see, this is where I was talking about there's going to be some stuff that he already did that he shouldn't be doing, that's illegal. There it is. Outside income restrictions. As FBI director, you can't do anything else. Outside income restrictions. You cannot... This is a way for people to track the things that you do and investigate and follow you around and track you. If you're the director of the FBI, you have a conflict of interest into the Bureau anytime you have any type of other income coming in, because it's not secure. Your paycheck's secure because it's coming in securely. Obviously, they take care of that through your security detail. But if you're the FBI director and you're being all fucking stupid and selling fucking... Oh, let's brand cash this and cash that and sell it all over social media, you're a moron. Scammers are just tracking all that shit. And, like, the average Joe can just find you. So, yes, I agree with his outside income restrictions because, again, that is an ethics restriction. You have to understand that puts your security detail at risk. They're there to protect you, and you're intentionally putting them at risk. What the fuck is the matter with you? They're there to protect you, but you don't protect them. You take advantage of this and expose them to risk. You don't deserve it. Just like the president that would knowingly put Secret Service in harm, or something like that, causing people to have to be tear gassed or something like that, is incredibly irresponsible. And don't be surprised when all the good people want to quit the Secret Service and stuff like that. Because the whole point is you don't respect that they're willing to die to protect you. But the whole point is you must respect that they don't want to, obviously. And they're going to do everything they can to make sure that doesn't happen. So you need to follow what they say. Otherwise, you're putting their lives on the line for what? And it better be a good excuse. It better be like you delivering some earth-shattering, moving, peace-loving speech. Otherwise, if it's some dumbass bullshit where you're just whining about something or going on and on and on about lie after lie after lie, you are having Secret Service intentionally risk their lives so that you can stand there and act like a yap, 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 fucking lying clown lunatic. That's the reality. That's the point. There's no respect back and forth anymore for servicemen that would actually want to, like people that feel like they're safe and secure in those positions, because the whole point is the president or whoever in that position respects the fact that they're willing to give their lives for him, so he is willing to try to make sure that never has to happen. I promise you Obama did that. I promise Obama did that. Promise. Let me ask you something. If the Secret Service told Trump, "I'm sorry, sir, I can't let you do that," do you think Trump would listen, or do you think he would want to do it more? Because that's a common thing the Secret Service must say to the president. And he can't act like a child. So why do you think he's having so many problems with that? Because he doesn't respect that. And he's never had to do something like that. Risk his life for a cause. You know, some of these guys are military and they've been doing this their whole lives, and they don't want to do it anymore. But you know what I mean? It's like the sort of thing where all he has to do is respect that and give that back. It's clearly not. So yeah, this is really, really important to remember that ethical restrictions that the director must comply with are very, very similar to stuff that you should see a president being ethical about too, and other people in these positions too, where again, these are very, very high respected positions, and we trust these people that are getting paid freaking $220,000 a year. That's 1 year. Gift limits, very strict. Their gift limits are very strict. They can't receive too many gifts, lots of gifts, things like that. They cannot. I'm sorry, they can't give gifts. Very restrict. Probably can't receive them either. So it's probably both ways. Very, very, very strict. It says gift limits, very strict. That seems pretty broad, but I think the idea is back and forth. Like, it can't seem like the FBI director is trying to win people over, or like gifting something to the president or something like that, and then something expensive back, and then we're hitting the confetti button. So I'm guessing that's a tell. That person hits that confetti button. That's usually a tell that means that there's something going on that again, that's already happening. And then we lost a like. We saw the light come off. It went from 4 to 3. So, just calling that out. All right. So they cannot run businesses that conflict with duties. Accept expensive gifts. We already just covered this. It's already started kind of going over this. Use FBI resources for personal benefit. Basically, this is everything we just said. Don't have a business. Don't make any other money other than what your paycheck is. There's no fucking reason for it. They compensate you plenty well enough. You have private security. Everything's taken care of. Why the hell would you need to do anything else? Just don't do it. They cannot do these things and shouldn't do these things. Makes sense. You are plenty compensated. It's just completely unnecessary. So yeah, I know. The point is, this guy, Kash Patel, is doing those things. Yep, and we're hitting the confetti button because we know it. We know that we're MAGA and we voted for this, and you're stupid. And you're showing how much you will literally just endlessly not care. Like, it doesn't matter what these guys do. I'm pointing out how terrible this is. This guy's guzzling beer and shit like that. And all these things he should never, ever, ever do. And he's just sort of doing all of it. And you're showing us how you'll endlessly support these guys. Confetti. Not agreement, not liking, not hearts, not 100%. Confetti, trying to throw shade on it. Again, this MAGA continues to show us these disgusting voters that would support this, to continue to show us how unethical they are. They don't care about anything. And this is why reform needs to happen before the election, before it's rigged. You need to take it all away. You need to get blue in there. You need to take away the rights from anybody to vote who cannot pass a reading comprehension test. Donald Trump is number one. Donald Trump's number one. I'm serious. It's not radical. It's not. It sounds radical because nobody else thought of it. Nobody else is saying it. That's why it sounds radical. It is a legitimately good idea that you should do. Because you cannot let the fact that our education, again, the rest of the world understands this. Other educated countries get this. All of Europe is agreeing to unify against Donald Trump. So why are we having such a problem? Because of what he's doing to normalize it, to normalize racism, to normalize hate, to normalize stupidity. You want to be known as stupid? I personally think that anytime the neighbor starts, again, the neighbor being as MAGA as fuck, starting their big ass truck up at all hours of the night just to rev the engine and shit like that, I personally think that's stupid as shit. Just like people just act like this. And then they're waking people up and stuff like that. And they just act like this. They just do it just because. And then these same people act like that on the road. I listen to my music as I am a loud motherfucker. But if it's bothering somebody else, I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. My bad. My fault. I'm sorry. I didn't even realize. That's different. What you do to fuck around with yourself and party with your buddies should not impose anybody else. If it does, it's wrong. Period. End of discussion. I don't care if you want to fucking beer down your fucking hockey jersey shit. I don't care. But don't be the FBI director doing it while the Epstein file investigation's going on. While all this other shit isn't being investigated. Wholly aside from the fact that cops started dying after January 6th. Yeah, the terrorist attacks where cops died seemingly weeks after. Several. And it's buried. And nobody's investigating it. That's fucked up. Hey, how about we find out who the fuck killed some cops? How about that? Yeah, look, the person thinks that's real funny. See, this is the concerning part. The concerning part is that MAGA wants and thinks it's funny to kill cops. That's fucked up. And I do personally think that there is a conspiracy around when Trump's trying to go in to rig the election a third time, where they are trying to get the good cops fired or get them to quit so they can take their jobs and be MAGA in those positions. I do believe that, and I do think it's part of that ridiculous project that everybody thinks is conspiracy. Everybody wants to believe in QAnon that doesn't make any sense. Yet there's clearly this plan that is happening, and we told you about it. It leaked. And then all of it's happening, and you're like, oh, it's conspiracy. And yet, these idiots claim that they'll believe QAnon. None of that's happening. Yeah, there's gonna be, there's this goat that goes and crosses a road every Thursday at 12. And, when that happens, Donald Trump's gonna speak in some fucking code that means, everything's woke. That's QAnon. Yep, That's literally, I swear to God, if you've never looked up the QAnon, they literally sound like that. I swear to God. And they actually think this guy is talking in code. They're this stupid. No, they're just denial. They're manipulating people. They have fun doing it. They're psychotic people. I know people like this, actually. They use it to manipulate. They want to see who they can get to believe it. It's true. And just like these other guys, they will fight with you up and down pretending they believe this. They don't. They are evil bullies. They just want you to believe it. I swear to God. I swear. It is not left versus right anymore. It is the people versus bullies. Anybody being racist, anybody coming out, being against ethics at all, the whole woke thing, just being against LGBTQ just for no reason whatsoever, just against all of trans, gay, and how does that make any sense? You just hate all of just a group of people? What? Why? What do they... Did all of those people collectively go, fuck Kash Patel or something like that? No, not really. So, why? Because Trump's came out and framed it that way? Because he's been doing this? Because you have a cult leader? Xing you? Everything that you're supposed to follow and believe? And then seemingly Elon Musk buys that company and fires everyone so he can do that? Oh, and then calls it free speech? Meanwhile, this same hacker piece of shit is fucking around with my stuff? Oh no, he is. He's joined in. He is. He's not that smart. He just has resources. That's the reality, guys. When these guys want to look smart to people, they just simply will. So if he's competent, all at the same time as being a billionaire, he can look as smart as he wants. Now, I personally believe that Elon Musk is really smart with engineering and code. I do. Because he is. It's just the truth. But it doesn't mean he's smart with anything else. I mean, that guy blatantly fucking walks into the Oval Office with a black eye, tells us his son did it, and expects us to fucking, first of all, believe that, and secondly, not go, wait, what the fuck? Same guy that was all pissed off that Zelensky didn't wear a suit, meanwhile. Yep, he was joining in with that. He was. He joins in with anything that Trump says anymore. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Why do you think his eye was black and blue? He told his son to punch him. That was the... He actually tried to get... I know I'm trailing off from what we're talking about here, but how much shit's going on? Come on, man. Do you believe any of that? Listen, I know Trump's trying to make this all a TV show, but let's do that for a second. Let's look at this and use that analogy for a second. Let's look at this like a TV show. Let's say it is. Would you believe that? For a second? Would you think that's believable? If the fucking writer actually had the guy, this is the president of the United States, and he's working with this rich billionaire, this fucking asshole does whatever he wants. He is the richest person on the planet. He does whatever the fuck he wants. Would you believe that for a second? Standing in the Oval Office, the president's giving him whatever the fuck he wants. May as well just unzip his pants right there. And meanwhile, he's actually trying to get you to believe. Remember, just we're thinking about this like a TV show. The character wants you to believe, the writer wants you to believe that this guy again told his son to punch him in the face. Would you believe it? Or would you be like, there's something else coming? Like, we're going to find something else out about this. There's going to be a conversation later where we're going to confirm that never happened. Like, we're going to see a scene later where his son walks in and be like, what happened to your face? You know, or something like that. We're going to find out that, you know... he's going to say it in front of somebody else, right? And then a couple other people are going to find there's going to be some drama. He's going to be trying to cover it up, make sure these people don't tell anybody. Like it's just going to be like a whole fucking TV show scene. And the whole point is, you're not going to buy it. The whole point is, as a writer, as a character in a TV show, you're going to be sitting there and you're going to be like, bullshit. Bullshit. You do whatever you want. You have more money than anybody. And you expect us to believe. But you actually asked your son to punch you in the face. And that's why you have a black eye. And then after this, you disappeared to Canada. Like you and Trumpy Trump weren't getting along and you disappeared to Canada. Okay. Anyway, it's important to remember that they cannot run businesses, they cannot conflict, they cannot accept expensive gifts, the use of FBI resources for personal benefit is off limits. They cannot do any of this, okay? So going back to this, the things that the FBI director cannot do, it is also important that it goes on to say violations can trigger criminal prosecution. It actually says that. That if you violate these things as FBI director, it can lead to criminal prosecution. And he's doing basically all of it. He's basically doing all of it. He accepts expensive gifts from Trump all the fucking time. All the literally all the fucking time. Probably other people too. Dan Bongino, I'm sure did it. Pam Bondi probably did it. Hegseth maybe did it. He may have done it for Hegseth. We all know about the branding of the cash stuff that he's selling. He's running a business where he's like branding his name. Like the dollar sign thing he's doing, the cash thing he's doing. Yeah, that's incredibly illegal, and it's so scammy too. The FBI director is doing like this the most scammiest scam. You may as well put fucking he may as well just start selling giant fucking stickers that say Supreme. You know what I mean? Like he may as well just start selling hats and t-shirts and fucking stickers and anything you can imagine, and people will just buy it because they're fucking stupid as hell, and they'll just slap Supreme on it, and they'll buy it because it's the next thing, and all the kids are wearing it, all the Republican expensive. Oh right, that's right, the Republican parents that want their kids to be brainwashed or buying this cash stuff for them, and they wear it to school, and that's why all these kids want it, just like Supreme and shit like that. And then so they slap it on everything, and then we have a new fucking ridiculous thing that everybody's got to buy into, and it's stupid. And that's what he's doing. Like literally, just look it up. There's like stickers that say cash and stuff like that. I mean, it's literally what it is. Again, it's basically the supreme thing, is basically what it is. Financial transparency. Each year, the director files public financial disclosure reports. Every year. Wonder if he's doing that. Probably not. Asset and income declarations. So he's probably removing all kinds of stuff from that. Conflict of interest reviews. This transparency is meant to prevent hidden enrichment. So, I even said that this is probably for the point of he gets compensated well enough. That is an insane amount of pay, his security detail, everything's come on. You are just coasting, man. Man, that is a cozy warm blanket of American dream right there. And the whole point is that I even said that, and now I just read this transparency is meant to prevent hidden enrichment. It's confirming everything that I was sort of kind of figuring out as it was saying it. Yep, it's exactly what it's for. Yep. Imagine that. So the thing I figured out simply just briefing myself on the position and go, okay, I'll make sure I never do this, that's irresponsible. Yeah, of course, you make so much fucking money, why would you need to, like yada, 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 yada. And yeah, obviously, that makes sense. You don't, yeah, sure, why would you want to make more money than that? You don't need to. And again, you're going to be busy being the FBI director. You don't, so, you know what I mean? Like, spend it like it's for your suits and stuff like that, you know what I mean? So obviously this transparency is meant to prevent hidden enrichment, and it should be. I agree with that. 4. Institutional independence protections. The director receives structural protections, not perks. That's the point. This is supposed to be a perk. The idea is the government protects you because of the dangers of the position. And again, you have to treat that responsibly. I talked about this earlier. You've got to be responsible with security detail. For them to feel safe in their job, that you're not risking their lives every day unnecessarily just to protect you. The fuck? Fixed 10-year term, longer than a presidential term, designed to prevent political pressure. So again, firing James Comey while Trump was being investigated, like, that's the point. That's the whole point. He would have been director. You know what I mean? Like, so, like, just firing them because you disagree with you really can't do that. Literally, you cannot do that. And again, it actually does go on to say can be removed only by the president, however, rare and controversial. And again, that's the whole point. While it can happen, rare and controversial, yeah, the whole point is it's supposed to be 10 years so that way you're not, the president doesn't have direct influence over the pay. It already covered that. Like, it's not supposed to work that way. That's the point of that. So while it can be removed by the president, you better have a good reason. And the whole point is his reason was clearly that Comey was investigating him, because he was then later found guilty on 34 counts. And he just fired Comey. And then remember, they tried to, you know what I mean? Comey obviously had to testify, and obviously they dismissed it. And it was absurd, of course, as it always is. Anyway, direct access. Briefs the president and Congress. Controls FBI investigative priorities within law. Briefs the president and Congress. I think that's really important to remember. That is literally his job. to be informed on everything that's going on. You know, obviously make sure it's going smoothly, clearly. But just to be informed on it so he can brief President and Congress. It's kind of his position. He's not even doing it. Remember how many times, like, he proved in front of Congress he had done nothing? Nothing. Literally just didn't do the job. He is doing nothing. And he gets paid so fucking much money. Don't you see the behavior that I'm trying to point out? I have pointed this out in the real workforce with people that are MAGA and align themselves with Trump. Because that's how he is. He is the same way. It's the concept of making people think you're doing work while you're not. You're not doing anything. And then other people have to pick up your slack around you. And they're the real heroes. They're the workers. And you just do nothing. And it's happening so much. It's that guy I told you about, where he does nothing and he blatantly is a MAGA. Just like all these other people there, I can just kind of sort of based on behavior identify where their influence is coming from. Because it's just a behavioral issue, where it's an adult not acting like an adult. That's why. Adults shouldn't have behavioral issues. What the fuck? Guy's got problems. So does everybody else. So why is he the FBI director? Direct access. Briefs the President and Congress, controls FBI investigative priorities within law. These powers tied strictly to the office, not personal privileges. Interesting. Interesting that it actually goes on to say that. Number 5, prestige and professional advantages. Non-financial. While not official benefits, the role carries enormous professional value. Oh, sure. And again, he's not deserving of that, clearly. When you can see what you can see on your screen. Highest prestige position in U.S. law enforcement. And I want to remind you, a lot of officers, like people that do law enforcement, they think of themselves as an officer, somebody that wears, they sort of dress up. They sort of wear a suit. It's just usually kind of black or blue. Because they take themselves seriously. And they represent the law. Like, that's their job, is to enforce that. So they take that seriously. And this guy doesn't, very clearly. No, like, how many times does he show up not to brief anybody on what's going on, but he's just there wearing his FBI jacket. Just to stand there wearing his FBI jacket. And he clearly doesn't know what's going on. Somebody else, like the law enforcement, like police, are briefing you. And he just walks by in the background, doesn't say anything. Wearing his FBI jacket. He was in Minneapolis, too. He was just trying to hide. You guys didn't see him. I saw him. He was trying to hide. You know those armored vehicles that were like driving by? Do you remember the Preddy situation when he suddenly had the handgun? Yeah, he went there to retrieve it. That's all. That's what those armored vehicles were for. He literally just showed up just to get that and leave. This is basically all that happened. And the whole point is, the only reason I saw him was because he was this little dude. You just tell him he's just little. He's a little dude. He looks little. He's little, And he was wearing his fucking FBI jacket, and it, like, he had his back turned. It was so obvious. He didn't want the cameras to see him and knew he was sitting next to a window in this armored vehicle. And he had his entire back, like, literally just saw the FBI thing. And I could tell by his hair and the way the shape of his head. I was like, wow. I was like, wow. Okay, dude. Okay. Anyway, the point is, he doesn't. If he did, he would. You know what I mean? Like, he's just drinking beer and celebrating and not releasing, redacting the Epstein files and editing things and not giving answers and lying. He has lied a couple times too. So anyway, lifetime national recognition. So remember, these are prestige professional advantages, non-financial, but professional advantages of the job. Lifetime national recognition. Yeah, he was the director of the FBI for a while. Sure, for sure. Yep. Exactly. High level security clearance. That's the dangerous part. So, like, if there's some stuff on Trumpy Trump and all that he wants to get rid of. Continued influence in national security circles after service. Yeah. Major speaking and academic opportunities post-tenure. It's true. He will have that experience. He will have a lot of experience of him doing it without experienced individuals, and it will be a very wishy-washy education that he'll be trying to spread to people, and it will be inaccurate, and it could possibly lead to people being motivated to do the job wrong, actually, in the future. And this is dangerous. Like, that's the point. It's somebody unethical now talking about the job that they didn't do right ever, a single time. And how, it's all just fine if you do it that way. Meanwhile, the whole point is, if a Democrat voter was doing the position the way he was doing it, these MAGA voters would be flipping the hell out if, Hunter Biden was the director of the FBI or something like that. They'd be, oh my God. You know what I'm saying? And he's actually more qualified. I swear to God, Hunter Biden is more qualified than Kash Patel as director. I swear to God. He is. Actually is. There's a lot of people that are. What? I never understood everybody's hate for Hunter Biden. You were just looking for a reason to hate on Joe Biden, and there wasn't one. He was always awesome. So, Hunter. And absolutely nobody knows anything about this said laptop. There's just a laptop. It happened in another country. They have no fucking clue. You don't know anything. That's the point, because there isn't anything. If there was something, you'd know the something. That's why all you know is there's a laptop and it happened in another country. Yeah, because that's why, because the story always changes. There's nothing to tell. It's just like the email server. It's something he was supposed to do. Are you kidding? Like, anyway. Number 6. So this was prestige and professional advantages. Now moving on to number 6 here. What the FBI director does not get. What the FBI director does not get. Compared with myths about powerful officials. The FBI director does not get a lifetime salary. It's not true. They do not get that. They do not get a private jet for personal use. So the question is, why is Trump gifting Kash Patel? I'm pretty sure we know that that's a fact. Like, that's a fact. Like, that's why we talked about that. Like, that was very strange. No private jet for personal use. No secret wealth fund. No immunity from criminal law. Yeah, he does not get immunity. Nope. No automatic lifetime security clearance. It's not lifetime, it's just, while he's acting director. No personal control over prosecutions. I think that's really important to remember. Really important. The trial process is what it is. The FBI director is not a judge or a juror, okay? He has no personal control over prosecutions. He's not a prosecutor. He's not a judge, he's not a juror. He's an FBI director. They remain legally accountable like any federal official. Number 7. Oversight. Why abuse is hard. I don't understand that title. Why abuse is hard. What the hell? The director is monitored by multiple institutions simultaneously. Okay. Yes. That is true. The Department of Justice Leadership. Congressional Oversight Committees. Inspector General investigations. Oh, remember when they fired, 20 inspectors general? And we're like, wait a minute. That seems really important. And I tried to tell you that that's internal affairs types, it's sort of like that. Yeah. Inspector General investigations. Yeah. Federal courts. Internal FBI compliance offices. Yep. Even internal FBI compliance offices. Yep. That's crazy, right? The whole point is that he's not above anything. He has to accept the fact that he's going to be monitored by all this and be the best of the best of the best. Because he ain't. Kash Patel ain't. And media scrutiny. Power is intentionally fragmented. In short, the FBI director receives a high but regulated federal executive salary, strong security protections, and standard senior government benefits, but far fewer personal perks than many private sector CEOs. The system emphasizes independence plus accountability, not luxury. So it is really disappointing when all these victims of these terrible crimes are coming forward and trying to talk about this stuff for the sake of something actually happening. And you know, the more it goes on, the worse it is for those people. Like, they want to be past the stuff. They want to be over it. And it's just lingering. It's messed up that they were court ordered to do this. And we have several examples in here. Yeah, I know, confetti. We have several examples in here of times where court orders are obviously supposed to dictate what the director of the FBI follows. He's required to follow that. They were court ordered to produce the Epstein files and didn't. And all of them. And they've redacted them and are sitting on millions of documents. Not individual pages, millions of documents. Documents. They could include tons of stuff within them. Yeah, that's really funny. The person that's hitting the laugh emoji thinks that's really funny that the FBI is sitting on millions of documents and they're hiding and covering up the fact that Donald Trump used to traffic women to Epstein. That's what happened. Yeah. So here's what they did. Anytime Ivanka had a friend that she didn't like, she would just give Daddy the name. Swear to God. That's what you have to rationalize about somebody that does things like this. That's the behavior. How do you know? It's truth. He's been doing this for how long? Apparently this guy was all involved in this. And there's all these pictures of him getting, these massages and stuff like that. And they're redacting that. And he, there's all this evidence of him being abusive. Yeah. So, basically, you have to realize that they're all treating this like some big rich person's club where they all got each other's backs and they're all covering for each other. As long as nobody snitches on the other, they're all gonna graduate into third office and take over the government and dictate the country instead of a democracy. That's all they're trying to get to happen. And all that means is lawlessness. All that means is everything becomes too expensive for anybody. I've already pointed out that in 2 months, electricity rates went from $300 to $800, and then the next month to $1,100, with no change in energy usage. None whatsoever. If anything, it got warmer in some of those periods of time. And you're trying to say that that has anything to do with Trump passing infrastructure and actually doing anything to be a president. No, it's the opposite. He wants everything to cost more so that it's just nothing but the elite, just like you have in Pyongyang in North Korea, where 90% of the country is impoverished. Even the people in the city don't have enough food. Like, they're running out of food and stuff too. And they're in trouble soon. They don't have any place to plant. Their crops don't grow. They're in trouble soon. Well, it's the same problem Russia has. You know, again, it's and stuff like that, energy. And that's a problem already. And now the current guy, the wind farms cause cancer, apparently. Yeah, they cause cancer. Yeah. The thing that's free and cheap. You put a giant pole in the ground and a turbine on it, and the wind just happens, and this shit's free. And, yeah, they cause cancer. Totally. No, the whole point is this guy wanted to sit here and make money off of, he wants a piece of everything. He's making money off the power companies and all kinds of shit. And he has like these third party, you ever heard of like these third party energy companies and stuff like that? It's absurd. Why can't the president pass infrastructure to properly govern renewable clean energy so that way there's not a third party energy source? Are you, what? No, I should have a choice. I shouldn't be forced into one power company that raises the rates literally from $300 to $800 in 1 month. And then goes, try setting your setting to this on the bill, and you've already done that. You've already done that. Like, they're just literally raising it. If anything, you turn everything off, you try to make sure things are, running bare minimum, you do everything you can, it gets warmer, and then it actually goes up by $500! Double what it was! Over fucking double what it was! Over double what it was! Almost triple. And then it quadruples the next month. And then you're actually trying to say that this president is doing anything except making energy cost more. We're talking about electricity. something you sort of need, especially in the wintertime? Yeah? Absurd. It really is. Stop trying to pretend like he's doing anything. It was affordable under Obama and Biden. And all of a sudden now, skyrocketing after his first year. Gee, I wonder if that's Trump. He had 1 year in office and all the fucking energy and the power rates are going up. Gee, I wonder if that's Trump. I wonder if that's Trump. Oh, I wonder. Oh, yeah, let's blame Biden and Obama. Hoof. It was their shit. Boy, it's just real bad and he's got to work hard. What the fuck? No. It was getting better. Then it didn't. Then all of a sudden it fucking tripled. That's Trump. On purpose, taking fucking money from you. And then you're so fucking brainwashed and stupid, all you do is go to the fucking voter booth every year with the same dumb, stupid, triggered people that are all like, ha 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 ha, let's all agree and talk about dumb guy things that sound stupid, ha 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 ha. And then this is all it is. It's just bar talk at the fucking voting booth. That's it. And then they sell the fucking Biden I did that stickers that you can deface gas stations with, which should be illegal. You shouldn't sell fucking stickers that people are very clearly using for that I did that? What's it for? It's a sticker. What's it for? Yeah, start regulating shit. Where you can't make political figures. Like, I understand the use of that, but just you're starting to get to the point now where morons are doing this and trying to spread dis and misinformation, all while being Nazis, all while literally destroying things to spread it. Yeah, I mean, like, literally the same thing that a criminal would do with graffiti. Like, the whole point is, nobody gives a fuck about your little stupid political statement when you literally just did this all over somebody's wall that they painted nicely. And now all they're going to do is have to remove it because everybody in the city is going to complain. Like, this is what you don't see, you retards that fucking sit here and use your graffiti to face stuff. You're stupid because you don't understand the fact that the city gets shitloads of reports of all these entitled jackasses that don't want to see that. And then they gotta go out there immediately and do something about it, or everybody's gonna take pictures and it's gonna go everywhere and it's gonna make them look bad. So then, meanwhile, the retard, the stupid person that thinks, oh, I'm just going to spread my message because I know everything, literally all you're doing is living inside your tunnel vision world where you have an answer and you want to force it on somebody else, but really your only outlet is to fucking destroy something else somebody has and force everybody to listen to you because, again, if you destroy this, they'll see it. What kind of person are you? You didn't earn that. You didn't pick yourself up and get off the street and become like the lead singer of one of the most popular fucking metal bands ever and write some lyrics and become a legend, and then through your lyrics, through your band, you can graffiti up your art and your albums, you can have lyrics, you can make whatever statement you want. You can do it there. But instead, you're a moron, and you're gonna fucking destroy something that's somebody else's. Okay, I have news for you. There's no difference between MAGA buying a fucking sticker saying I did that, putting it on a gas pump, and the fucking asshole that sprays graffiti all over a freshly painted wall, or even just a wall in general. Doesn't matter, freshly painted. Okay? There's no difference. You're all criminals. Okay? You are literally just taking something somebody else has to deal with. They own, manage, whatever, and now they have to deal with that because you did that thing. That's all. You're just an asshole. So, if anything, now because you used that message to do that thing, now they actually hate the message and they think anybody spreading that message is like this. You will actually do the opposite that you want to do because you look like this doing it, just like all these asshole fucking manga people that aren't intelligent, that they have nothing intelligent to offer. They, again, like the Dr. Mike thing where he sat there and actually had the integrity to give them the time of day and listen to what they have to say, and just completely disrespected that around every fucking... there's nothing credible about what they're saying. Completely dislogic, just illogic, stupidity. He says fact, smart, I care, I'm listening. And then the other person just goes, dumb, inaccurate, let me make another stupid statement, let me just find a reason to disagree with you just because. And they know they're doing that. The point is, it's a criminal. It's somebody that knows they're doing it. Stop giving them the time of day. You're not... Those people, I've just recognized at a certain point, and I thought so too, but you have to stop falling for it. It's a scam. There's so many people now, they're just taking advantage of the fact that they control in real life. They're just manipulative. So just recognize what these people are doing. They're just a bunch of assholes wanting to get on camera and disagree with you and to try to have some sort of, I really proved myself and held my own. I won that debate left and right. They'll just, like Trump does. If you lost, no you didn't. And they're just trying to do that, like he is. They know it. And they're taking advantage, and they read his book, and they're trying to do the same thing. That's it. And it's literally just, they don't care if they're wrong. They will argue this point all day long, even if they're wrong. That's what his book says. It's the art of the steal. Because again, that's the point. It's not the truth. It's not giving somebody actually a fair deal. It's about how you can steal from that person and take advantage of lying to them. Oh, it's going to be great. It's going to be big. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to cover everybody. When? When's that going to... When? Oh, you mean the big beautiful thing that sucks so badly? Okay. Is that why it's called that? To manipulate those people? Remember, it's the art of the steal, the art of the steal. So it's called that, for that manipulation, that particular tactic. Again, these people, they're not actually manipulated. It's a cult. I've recognized this. They're literally, like, people, and other people sort of kind of agree that it's sort of like Nazism and stuff like that. Yeah. You can call it what you want, but that's basically, yeah. And again, like, while, again, Hitler's not here and we don't have swastikas, it's along the same lines. I mean, it's just a cult, either way. You know, it might be slightly different and or some, different things, a different part of history, but either way you look at it, we have a cult forming. And there's a bunch of people just getting away with not owning up to the fact that they're fucking wrong about literally everything, and including this guy. And they don't care. They're just going along with it. And I do think that that's most people. I think they are aware. And I personally think that I've talked about religion lately and stuff like that, but I personally think that this country gets this wrong. Now, other countries seem to sort of get it right in some regard, but I've noticed more recently that the more Christian the person seems to be, the more misguided they are. The more they don't even understand life. So, and again, these are some of the more MAGA people. What the fuck? What? And you're claiming that you're Christian and stuff like that? How? I mean, wholly aside from the fact that, first of all, the most basic thing about the guy is that he's a billionaire. It says right in the Bible that you should not be rich. You're just claiming to be really Christian, and you completely miss this point. You can't be rich and be a Christian. So that all those pastors that are like billionaires and millionaires and stuff like that, nope, they are not Christian. They're just not. They're not. Especially the ones that show up on a TV show. They're not. There's nothing Christian about that. Jesus would smack you across the face if he saw that shit. He'd come right up on that stage, right up on that TV show, and smack you across the face. Promise. He wouldn't hurt you. He'd just give you a slap across the face. He would. And then he'd say, "Thou hast forsaken thy teachings." What he's doing is he's making people forget where the ethical line is anymore. The the book, and everything that slowly kind of makes you think that way. It's gravitating you towards not understanding where the ethical line is anymore. That's what it is. And you can't expect miracles. That doesn't work that way. You can't expect if this country goes into war mode, and we sort of are, unfortunately. And all this stuff happens all over again. Again, it's you're not heading in a direction where you're teaching and giving the correct ethical guidance to the next generation for where the country should be heading, obviously. And we have too many people focusing on individual little things. Oh, he said this, he said this, he said this. Look, he's been saying crazy stuff since forever. It's all distraction methods. The more you talk about it, the more you give him what he wants. Stop doing that. Talk about the stuff he doesn't want you to talk about. And, that's what some of those reporters are doing, where they're getting attacked by him, and you see that. They're smart, and they're trying to press those smart issues, specifically that reporter from CNN, who, very intelligently trying to press him on an issue, and he just attacks her, and yeah, like, didn't know much about her before that, but now I'll start paying attention, and it's like, good, that's the point. That's smart. Because that shows me that she's not losing her head in all of this, while everybody else is. It's important. And so you can't get hung up on too many of these distraction things where he's saying crazy shit just to get you to report on it. Start remembering that it's as simple as me sitting here going through the fact. Can you summarize exactly what the FBI director gets? Has all the benefits of being the FBI director, such as pay, special things, and yada yada yada. Okay? And I can sit here and I can just go through and very quickly learn, deducing the position of the director of the FBI, that Kash Patel is quite literally a criminal. He has already violated the position on so many accounts that, yes, he should already be legally accountable and be prosecuted for some of these things already, unfortunately. Especially the image that you see in front of you. And that's the point. The point is, it really is that simple sometimes. Just understanding, how to break it down and how to talk about the things that matter. So, the point is, all I'm doing is sitting here pissing these people off by being factual. Think about, just think about it a little bit. Stop being so focused on the wrong things. And, the whole point is that's what's ticking them off so much. And it's just hilarious, because the whole point is, why would that piss you off when somebody intelligently points out what you're doing wrong? You gotta notice that, because that's the true measure. That's the true measure of a person. You guys know I'll sit here and be like, my bad, I was wrong about that. All the time. All the time. I'm like, oh, that was so stupid. My bad. My bad. I was being dumb. My bad. All the time. You guys know I do this all the time. If somebody can't do this organically as a person with anything at any given time, they're a bad person. They don't have ethics. They will forever be a narcissist. This is what Trump is doing to every man in this country. He's making you a narcissist. He's teaching you. And again, this is what the dangers of idolizing this having a president is irresponsible. But this is what he's doing. And they are looking up to this guy, and you shouldn't be. And you are becoming narcissists. And you need to be able to admit when you're wrong, call yourself out, so that way it doesn't, you're not digging a hole like he does. You stop it at a certain point, okay? You have to do that. You have to. You have to get to a certain point where you go, whoa, I'm an asshole, or whatever, or I was dumb, I shouldn't have done this, yada, 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 or whatever, or shouldn't have said this, or whatever he's doing that he shouldn't be doing. He needs to say that and get it over with. Otherwise, he keeps digging holes. That's it. Same goes for the rest of them. Same goes for the rest of them. Like you just continue to keep digging that hole with the shit you're... again, the Epstein files. Trump ain't in them. Yet, they were supposed to release them. And they didn't. And why didn't they? And they don't really have a reason. They were court ordered to do this. It's very serious. And so then they release them late, and then they don't release them. They're all redacted and edited, and that's not what they were ordered to do. And we're missing all these, we're just millions of fucking documents. And then when they're pressured to continue releasing them, they still haven't done it, and they're still redacting, and they're still very slowly releasing them. What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't appreciate the fact that so many men previously respected the positions and did them well. I don't appreciate the fact that they did this and Kash Patel, Pete Hegseth, Pam Bondi are all just ripping the respect for the offices out of them, just as Trump did. Trump took that out of the President of the United States. There was a true respect for the office before Trump. People just didn't really generally, because they were always ethical for the most part. They listened to the courts. They were all sort of friends. And they still are. It's not Trump. And, that's the whole point. They while they have disagreements, they didn't really, as a big picture thing, misuse the office for the most part. For the most part, most of them, again, they were pretty, especially in modern history. Like you start going too far back, obviously, yeah, you get some pretty nasty ones. But I'm talking modern history where we've had rights and reform and stuff like that. And true democracy does exist. And yeah, there was a respect for the office, for the President of the United States, until Trump ruined it. Because he's not respectable. He's a clown. That's why. He didn't work for it. Everybody else did. He's just a goddamn clown wearing orange makeup. That's just how I feel. Okay, sorry about that. I'm just looking something up here. We can go through. Yeah. Okay. All right. Rather than sit here in front of you, give me a second to look this up, and I'll be right back. And we're gonna talk about something here. I will be back in a few minutes here, guys. I'm just trying to get this organized for you so that I can actually talk about it. I figured I would do this, put you on a break, let you know about it, and then that way, you can do whatever you want to do. I'm not sitting in front of you doing this. Um, I'll do this, and then I'll get back to you here in a few minutes when I have this organized. Because I'm just trying to get to what I want to talk about here. So just give me a couple minutes here. Thank you so much for waiting. Guys, I'm sorry. I am working on this. There's just a couple of things going on here too, so just bear with me as I'm dealing with this. It's just being really weird. I don't understand why something is doing what it's doing. Um, so I apologize, but I am trying to get something to work so I can talk about it with you. It's very interesting. So, so I apologize that this is taking longer than expected, but I am working on this, and I will come back, and I will have something to talk to you guys about. So I apologize. This is taking so long. Sorry about that. But you will see me come back here. I will be back, and I'm trying to be as quick here as I can. Sorry about that. Thank you for understanding. I do not expect you to sit around and wait if you want to hear me talk about something, and you want to leave and come back. I understand that. But thank you. I appreciate those who are waiting and patient. Thanks so much. Sorry about that, guys. I tried. It's just not working. So there'll be a part of this that that I can't look at that I wanted to. There was just something I was trying to get to work. Unfortunately, it didn't function. I'm not really even sure why. But there was something that I was trying to get to unzip, and it just wasn't working. So I did not get that to happen. But however, we can look at something else. Trying to. This is absurd. So. Here, let me just show you this. What the Okay. Windows is trash, man. Oh my god. That is terrible. Jesus. Notepad crashed. Notepad. Jeez. God, why is Microsoft's... Man. Notepad crashed. And again, was just completely unresponsive. Like the simplest, easiest software to run just crashed. Piece of shit. Hold on. Oh my god, Google. This is why I was trying to do this before, but then that thing gave us a problem, so that's why I came back to you guys, because I didn't want to just sit there on the break for that long. But yeah, like, obviously I'm still trying to get this stuff up for you, and Microsoft is this trash. Like, that's kind of the point. All I want to do... I'm not even going to say it, because it's going to sound easier than... That's the point. It should be very easy. It's... Microsoft is so trash anymore. I'm waiting for this thing... Now I'm waiting for something to install that should literally install in 30 seconds. That's why I started doing that. I have to wait for something to install. And this should take like 30 seconds. It's not even a... I think this thing's not even a gig. Probably. What a piece of shit. So yeah, I'm just gonna sit here and wait for trash Windows 11 to install something and take fucking forever to do it. Just to sit here and, again, like, this should not take, this is so trash. I can install a game in like seconds. Unless it's taking forever. Jesus. I mean, it's just sitting here doing nothing, basically. Sort of like when I launched Notepad and it just did nothing. You know, again, it's like Microsoft, as I'm streaming, is illegally using AI tools to spy on my operating system to see everything I'm doing. You know, because there's trash and they don't know how to optimize a system, so they spy on people that do, trying to figure out how they do it. It's almost like that. You know, instead of hiring people, they spy on people and then take their idea. It's almost like that. It's almost like that. And then, literally, as soon as I said this installation froze at 50%, and it's now just sitting here. I swear to God, as soon as I said that, the installation froze at 50%. Like, what a fucking piece of trash. I swear to God, as soon as I said that, the installation froze at fucking 50%. Yep. It's taking this long to install something. Yes, 50%. Yep. What absolute fucking garbage. When I tell you what this is, you're gonna be like, holy shit. That is trash. You're gonna be like, holy shit. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Yep. No, they are. They're using AI tools. I can tell. I just saw something. It's very obvious. And it is slowing it down. Like, obviously. That's what they're doing with the stream software, too. Like, it just literally... Yeah, and as soon as I said that, the installation went, what? Wow. Such garbage. Such fucking trash. Literal trash. That was so garbage. That long. That long. Oh, because there's fucking ads in it. That's why. Yeah, because they have ads in it now. So yeah. Yep, there it is. There's the data. Yep. That's why. Jesus Christ. How big is this software? I'm gonna look at this. How big is this fucking software? Jesus Christ. I hate Windows 11. Like, it is a piece of garbage. Yeah, I was right. 1.3 gigs. That's how big it is. 1.3 gigs. And it took that long. Jesus Christ. So, I was literally installing Acrobat Reader because I had not installed Adobe Acrobat Reader yet. And Windows is that fucking trash. Again, because I didn't want to open the PDF in a browser just because I didn't want to do that, and I wanted to really quickly install this thing that's 1.3 gigs. It took that long to install something. Again, the mobile devices will install at the snap of a finger. This piece of garbage operating system, this new Windows 11, took that long to install something that's 1.3 gigs. Yeah, it's trash. The framework's fucking garbage. And I've already told you that it's all around the fact that it can't cache properly. Hard drive speeds, the fact that they never actually finished fixing the problem with solid state. We're still on NTFS. We're still on that. Isn't that the name of the hard drive format? I'm pretty sure it's NTFS. Remember, we came from FAT32, and now we're still on NTFS. There hasn't been something else that's faster at cache rates. So when we're still on NTFS, how can you say that you did anything? Remember, FAT32 was the whole reason why, typically like thumb drives and stuff like that only have support for like files up to like 2 gigs and stuff like that, because FAT32 doesn't understand how to cache something larger than that. So the whole point is that that's the limit, the cache rate of FAT32. So then there's a limit still to NTFS, and so the whole point is you're bottlenecking something and never fixing it. Like, it's so garbage. Like, do something, Microsoft. Stop creating problems that NVIDIA just fixes for you. Like DLSS. Anyway, holy cow, that shouldn't have been a problem. Okay, so all right. Here is one of the PDFs. I just wanted to show you guys this. Because I think it's important to get a good look at this. This is the PDF. Get the unnecessary off. This is the PDF of the stuff they're redacting. This is what it looks like. Where the FBI redacts this, but this is what it looks like. It just looks like that. This is what we're getting. They're supposedly redacting the Epstein files, and it just looks like this. They fucking blurred his race? What the fuck? Why? It just says white. It literally just says he's white. There's an E right there. It just says white. Like, hold on, let me... Yeah, that just says white. That's what it says. And they blurred that. Why? Hold on, let me make this big for you. You see the E at the end? Do you see it? Do you see the E sort of sticking out at the end here? Hold on. Oh my god, I can't click the... Look, right here. You see the kind of the E sticking right there? They, why did they redact the fact that he's white? Like, no shit. What the hell? What? Huh? Yeah, we know. Big surprise, holy shit. He's white. What else are they redacting that doesn't matter? That's what I'm wondering. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what this means, right? Can I tell you what it means? What it means is... Hold on, I need a snack. What it means is... They did, like, they used some software to use this little blocking out redacted feature that they have. Because obviously they redact a lot of stuff, so they would have software for it. So the point is they use the software to redact, and they typed the word white. So for whatever reason, at some point, they wanted the word white redacted across the documents. What the fuck? That's so weird. Like, because that's a mistake. Obviously, you know what I'm saying? They don't care about redacting his race. So why, like, that's you know, sort of just like a spelling error, you know, something spelled wrong throughout a document, you know, like a spelling correction or something like that. That's what we're talking about there, where somebody you know, like, designed the software that way, and so reverse engineering that's what you would say. So the question is why? All right. Look at that. What's that? Oh, it's just a box. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just a box. Okay. Mystery Money Man. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Some of these are a little bit wider. We'll do that. There we go. Here, let's... There you go. Okay. So Mystery Money Man faces soliciting charges. Solicited 3 times. Look at all this redaction. Let's see if we can figure out what this stuff says. Oh! A money manager for the ultra-rich Epstein was named one of New York's most eligible bachelors in 2003 by the New York Post. He reportedly hobnobs with the likes of former President Clinton, former Harvard University president okay. So there was a Neil Rudenstein, who was president of Harvard from 91 to 2001. That seems most likely because Lawrence Summers was the guy from 2001 to 2006. And this refers to him as former. So it would make sense if it was Neil Rudenstein, and then conveniently that's the name I can't click on. So hold on. He's 91 years old. Neil Rudenstein. Why are they blacking his name out? Neil Rudenstein. Actually, it'd be Rudens. Yeah, it is Rudenstein, actually. It's I-N-E. Not like Steen. It's actually Stein. I think that's actually how you'd say that one. Because technically the I-E, the N there, technically I actually say that wrong a lot of times. Even I'll admit that. It actually depends on your dialect. Like, for example, like certain bands, that's why they pronounced their name differently, you know, instead of Steen, it's Stein. Well, the reason for that is because they actually come from Austria, where they also speak a dialect of German. So they might have all their lyrics in German and stuff like that, but they're actually Austrian and they speak a different dialect of it, so they say Stein instead of Steen. So that's why. I'm just saying, like, it's just a language thing, I'm just saying. I'm very particular about that stuff. That's academics, man, that's languages. Anyway, this is Rudenstein. I think it would have to be Stein for that. But I don't know. I guess you could, technically there's an E on the end, you could say it either way. The I could become... But anyway, I'm gonna shut up about this. Hold on. Let me do this more easily. Yeah. It's said that he has never made a statement of being affiliated with political party, but they're basically sort of saying that it seems like he would align with the Republican Party. But that's where it seems like he would align with. So I don't know why they're redacting his name. I mean, it shouldn't matter. It's kind of weird. But he is 91 years old. But I just think that's really an interesting piece of information there that they would redact that. But I want to look at that again here. Yeah. It seems like a long enough block. You know what I mean? Like the physical block itself. If you think about the amount of characters that would be for the size font. Like, it's about the same size as this word, you know, the word president here. So, like, considering that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I could see if that's what's there, and then, you know, remembering that we're talking about it. It's saying former Harvard University president. So I don't know. I don't know what this Summers thing is though. Something Summers. It's really weird. Why are they saying that? Something Summers. It's so weird. Oh, they are saying Lawrence Summers. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm dumb. My fault. Yep, my Bob. My bad. I'm stupid. They are saying Summers. My fault. How quickly I forgot. And then I just reread it. My fault. They are saying Summers. My bad. Duh. Okay. My fault. So, why are they blacking it out when I just easily figured that out that quick? I tried to overcomplicate it. Look at that. That's crazy. It's just Lawrence Summers. It's not that guy. It's this guy. It's this fucking... Who is this guy? He's born in 54. He's not that old. He's a boomer. Wait, Larry Summers? Why do I know that name? Oh, fuck. It's Larry Summers. He was the president of... Jesus Christ. I didn't even know that. So they're protecting Larry Summers for some reason. But not doing a very good job of it. He was director of the White House for Obama. Wow. So let's read this. Yeah, it's just specifying that Summers has a lavish home in Manhattan, Mexico, and Virgin Islands. I think it's just looping Donald Trump in with that. I don't think it's necessarily indicating that all three of those people all have... If anything, it might even be in order. You know what I mean? Like Clinton probably actually does have a home in Manhattan or something like that, maybe. It would make sense if Larry Summers had a home in New Mexico and Trump had one in Virgin Islands. So, like, I don't know. I don't know if you want to read into it all like that. They could be organizing the thought like that. You could look it up. I don't think it's necessarily indicating Larry Summers had anything to do with anything. It's just, again, remember, this is a newspaper article from 2006, just simply indicating that they have lavish homes in these states. That's all. So I'm just saying it's really weird they redacted his name. I feel like they're trying to make people look bad that have nothing to do with this. You know what I mean? So, like, they redact Larry, and then you see Summers and figure it out like I did. It's easy. I was trying to complicate it. It's really easy. And it just sounds bad, but then again, remember, this is just a newspaper article, 2006, talking about... Again, they're just mentioning the fact that they had lavish homes. So we obviously have to read on, but it's really weird that they would do that. Who is he? Oh, Epstein, he. Okay. Because it starts a paragraph with he has contributed. You shouldn't do that. Whoever wrote this, bad grammar. He. So again, the article is about Epstein, but it's stupid. I think it's saying Epstein has contributed tens of thousands of dollars to Democratic Party candidates and organizations, including Senator John Kerry's presidential bid, and the Senate campaigns of Joe Biden, probably. Hillary Clinton. Who's Dodd? That doesn't ring a bell. Something Dodd. And Charles Schumer. Of course they're not gonna... So, like, I think... The whole point is they want this to look bad. See how it's like Joe and they redact Biden? You can clearly read Hillary Clinton. I just... What's the point? Like the whole... I feel like it's to make it seem bad. Why redact that? It's just a newspaper article. Why even redact any of this? It's a newspaper article. It's already been reported. It's out. They redact stuff that's like top secret on documents. None of this makes any fucking sense. This is what we're talking about. With them releasing the Epstein files. This is a bunch of bullshit. What is this? These are Epstein files? This is a newspaper article. What the fuck is this? And we're redacting names? Who cares? Yeah, I want to see the reports and all these stuff from these cops that have these reports of these people that report, you know, all the evidence and stuff they redacted and made top secret. You're supposed to let that go and show us, not some fucking newspaper article that we've already seen, can look up, could simply just go to the Palm Beach Post and request the article. Literally, you're just redacting public information. Which I'll remind you is actually illegal, and you can find this on the DOJ's website as public information in the redacting. Like, literally a newspaper article. Are you fucking kidding me? And we're trying to pretend like this is the release of the Epstein files. You need to recognize these people aren't doing anything whatsoever. This is them using AI to grab a whole bunch of shit on Epstein, redact it, and release it and call it the Epstein Files. Swear to God. They're actually doing that much nothing. It's pretty obvious. We literally had a redacted race. Who the fuck cares? Epstein's white. Big surprise. Oh, shocker. Call the presses, guys. Call them all. Epstein's white. We figured it out. Holy fucking shit. I'm going to tell you something else you probably didn't realize. Are you ready? Okay. Ready? Ready? I can probably almost guarantee that he was Jewish. Yeah. I know, shocker. Call the presses, guys. A guy named Epstein is Jewish. Call the presses. He's got a huge fucking nose, too. Call all of them. Oh my God. Yep, his race was redacted. Oh my God. Oh shit. The facts as reported are as follows. B3 minus 1, B6 minus 1, comma, minus... What the fuck is this? B3 minus 1, B6 minus 1, comma. Oh, man. I feel more informed already. And here we have initials from probably the officers signing off on this, too. Right here. Signature arresting officer. B6 minus 4 B6. Oh my God. Wait, what? During a sworn taped statement, Mr. Rodriguez stated he was employed by Jeffrey Epstein for approximately 6 months, from November 2004 through May of 2005. His responsibilities as house manager included being the redacted and chauffeur, chef, houseman, run errands for Epstein and provide for Epstein's guests. He's a butler. There's even an R on the end. He was the butler. Why are they redacting this? It's very common. Like, I mean, come on. But it clearly says butler. Why? Hey guys, look, it's the Epstein Files, another newspaper article. Holy fucking shit. Yep. Good thing they gave us that. Boy. Man. Right Write in a PDF on their website too, just some newspaper article. What the fuck is this? I don't care. And then they're redacting it too. Look, if I wanted to be a journalist and fucking call up the Palm Beach Post and get these myself, I could fucking do that. I'll probably charge you some money. Okay? Or whatever. You know, they're selling you a paper or whatever. But I can do that. Regardless, we're just... And we're not even releasing it. We're blacking out parts of it, which is public information. And then not only that, we're calling this the Epstein files and releasing it as like almost like it's evidence or something. It's a fucking newspaper article. What is evidence? What? What? This is what I want. And then blank, approved by blank, drafted by blank. Title, Jeffrey Epstein, blank. Well, there's child prostitution. Well, we already know that. So what the fuck is this other thing that they're blanking out? What else was he charged with? And why are they blacking that out? Something embarrassing happened. There's a video somewhere. Some cops saw it. Some journalists with the right information could follow the trail, and they're blacking it out. That's what that is. Something happened. There's a something. Something happened. More newspaper articles. More newspaper articles. More newspaper. I don't give a fuck. Oh, here we go. Again. Blacked out. Blacked out. Blacked out. Blacked out. Enclosures. B6 -1. B7C -1. I mean, jeez. Details. An ongoing federal investigation has revealed that B3 -1, B6 -1. Look, the point is, I understand that these newspaper articles are the things that, like, you know, they, like, alright, so maybe some FBI agents at the time were reading these articles and being like, I better look into this, okay? And so they were saving them, so this became part of why they had the cause they had, or whatever, you know. That's the point, okay? I understand them being part of it, but my point is, this is the release. What you have to realize is, this is not the release. The whole point is, anybody could have gotten this at any point in time. They're using this to get you to think that they've released more than they actually have. Again, newspaper articles or things, any journalist, anybody, like, we could just find this stuff out. We're looking, and not only that, they're releasing it saying it's the evidence and the stuff like that and the files and all that when it's not. This is the information we already knew, and they're actually blacking it out. They're actually sitting here blacking it out and not, what? Jesus! It's bad, 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 more bad. Not only does it show incompetence, basically ill will to release this organized and the actual documents so you can... But again, they're just throwing these news articles in here that don't belong in here, disorganized, and removing basic public information from them. Jesus. All of it. All of it blacked out. All of it. All of it. There's initials there. Blacked out. Blacked out. There's initials there. Blacked out. this is what I wanted to show you guys and talk about, is like, this is why everybody's talking about the Epstein files and not getting them, because like this is what we got. Like even when they, obviously the one guy shows you all the black documents, and that's in there too, you can find that too, but the point is, even when we get something, this is what it looks like. There's nothing. All we see is a form, and there's no information. It's almost like it's an empty form. Because again, all the information was redacted, blacked out, and converted to a different, coding font or something for you to not, again, it's just jumbled. B3 minus 2, B6. Again, it's just like, taken out, all of it. And then they redacted this, only half of this person's name. So like you can really tell who they don't give a shit about. Because again, the whole point is like they're very obviously only half redacting people they probably should actually protect. So that way you think there's something with that person. You know what I mean? And then meanwhile, completely removing all evidence of anybody that's actually involved, because that's very obviously what you see here. It even including the other charge that we very clearly can't see here. We already know about the other one, so what's, you know what I mean? Like, what is it that we don't? You get what I'm saying? Can I be honest? I feel like something had it. I feel like it has to do with like a real serious, like a murder or something, where like somebody found them doing something, disposing of something or something, because that's what would make sense, where all these people would be involved. They would redact all their names, because what else would it be? Where there's already this other really bad thing, and that came out. What you get what I'm saying? No, I think it's kind of obvious it's that. So like, basically like a crime syndicate that is used with, probably now federal funding, but like that's the whole point, is like this was always like some sort of, crime organization that he had going. I mean, like, it refers to him as a money man and stuff like that many, many times. And so obviously Trump was in on this, being a billionaire too. And so like obviously they're trying to connect, they're trying to get you to think that Larry Summers and all these other people had anything to do with this and stuff like that, because obviously they're Democrats. You know what I mean? So any Democrat they're trying to make look like they're redacting and it looks bad or something like that. And anybody that is actually connected that's a Republican, such as Trump, they're just pulling them out completely. Like where it's like looks completely blind. And like it's just blatantly obvious that's what it is. And then, this is the point. Federal Bureau of Investigation, deleted page, information sheet. So this is the point. It gives you information on what each page, like the meaning of each page and what it is, There it is. So you could actually just read the information instead of looking at the page. You just read the briefing here. But, nope. Yeah, because that's the point of a report, you know, to make it easy to look at and very quickly look over and stuff. Nope. Nah. Not for you. Deleted page. And remember, this is supposed to be public information that they're releasing. So this is what we're seeing with the Epstein files here. And that's just one. There's literally just one PDF. 44 pages of that. 44 pages of that. Yep. News articles. The very next one looks exactly the same. The very next one is exactly the same. The very next one looks 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 exactly the same. All I'm doing is clicking on the PDFs on the list. The very next one looks exactly the same. The very next one looks exactly the same. And again, some of these have... This one has 181 pages. Here, I'll show you. This one has 181 pages. There you go. Same thing. 181 pages of this. Address is redacted. Any information about what it is. It's just this. Oh, there's an address. But that's a starting address, not an end address. Driving directions from Palm Beach, Florida to... And then they blocked it out. I was hoping to see that, but they got it. Yep, they got it. Because you can get it from that, but they got it. Yeah, like, it's literally they're just blacking it all out. They don't want anybody to know. I mean, this is an entire white page. What the fuck is that? What is this? What is that? I mean, it's, what? 181 pages. 181 pages. 181 pages of that. Oh, this is sort of off the screen. I felt. But yeah, it's still just blank. And then, like, a lot of the information, as you can see, still up here. B6, -3, -5. 181 pages. Oh, okay. Keep thinking I'm seeing something, and it's just one of those websites. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Yeah. 181 pages of that. So, like, that's the point, and that's after getting about, I don't know, like, maybe, like, 10 or so documents down the list. Yeah, like, very next one, same thing. Very next one, same thing. Very next one, same thing. Next one, same thing. Next one, same thing. Oh, this one's different. It's redacted, but this one's different. There's a lot of information on this one. Holy cow. Yeah, that's weird they would have all that information on this one. Some of... This one's got some info. So this one is a little bit different and has some info, but there's some stuff taken out. They still redacted a lot of stuff, but I think they actually, I don't know, this looks like they almost kind of screwed up on this. I'll show you this one. I'll show you this one. This is PDF EFTA 028500658. So if you get to the one on like that main page that says 658 at the end, that's the one I'm looking at. I think it's like at the end. Yeah, it's the one at like the very last one on the first page where it says where it's like the FBI ones. The FBI released ones. It's that last one on that first page that I'm looking at here, where it's like slightly different than the other ones have been. So let's take a look here. So this is what it looks like. It's like something that the type of the page is redacted. Weird. But like as you can see, there's actually a good amount of information here on this one. So if you're looking for information, this one actually might actually have some. There's only a couple things here, and it might be pretty easy to figure some of this stuff out. Like we actually have a good amount of information on this one. So yeah, I mean, there you go. I would take a look at that while you can if you're looking for info and stuff and you're really trying to get to the bottom of some stuff, because there's a lot of info here. Look at this. This is insane. How they didn't, like, there's just all this information here. It was kind of weird, but yeah, look at this. I think there's 47 pages. Yeah, 47. So there's quite a bit in here. This is interesting. There's a lot of stuff that I've been seeing lately as I look at these files that indicate that Epstein had a lot of stuff going on in Florida. You know what I mean? And specifically Palm Beach. And isn't that where? I think it's like West Palm Beach, right? But it's still Palm Beach. Isn't he? Doesn't he live in Palm Beach? I think he does. Trump. Like his actual house, like obviously not like he lives at the White House, but I'm just saying like, his actual house. I think he does. Right? Interesting. And like there's a lot of stuff surrounding the Palm Beach area. So that's like I just yeah. Interesting. Wait, what? What was this? It's just a carrier pigeon? And then it's blacked out. This is pretty weird. Who was this? Was this supposedly Epstein? Yeah. Well, why were they blacking it out when it's listed as the defendant right there? He's listed as the defendant right there, and they black his name out. The defendant, yes. Oh, they're blacking out what he said. I wonder what he said. And then it states, when the heck was this? 2008? This is in 2008. I don't... So these redactions don't make sense. That's what I'm saying, like... This one seems like it's messed up, like they meant to redact more and didn't. But I don't know. But there's a good amount of information on here if you want to look around on here. I just... I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it looks like this is an R. And I see like the top of another letter here. Originally I thought it was a C and it said clear, but that's what throws me off. Is that it looks like there's another top of a letter here because the block is like in a weird spot. So, I don't know. But I feel like it just says yes, really, or yes. Clear. Yes, really, clear, yes. Something, you know, like just I you know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things where you have to wonder why. You know what I mean? Like, it just seems weird. Well, whatever. Pretty interesting stuff. Can I be honest? It almost seems like while he did this, and it's terrible, obviously, there's no excuse for any of it. It almost seems like there's a fair amount, though, of things that because, obviously he was unalived, we know that, and for a reason, obviously. And, it just seems like he facilitated this for people. You know what I'm saying? Like where it's a situation of the fact that while yes he did this again, it almost seemed like it was a business stance where he was doing it for the sake of rich other people like Trump and other world leaders. And that's why he was doing it, because there was money in it. And I'm not excusing that, but when that's the reason, now you have to consider the fact of, holy shit, everybody else involved in this would be just as guilty then, because the whole point is that he's really only doing it for the money. Maybe he's not even really interested in that stuff, maybe he is. But the point is, it's the other people that want it to happen. So, holy shit, if they're running the country, all they're going to do is continue to do this, but hide it. And it's going to look like grabbing a bunch of women off the streets and taking them and putting them in concentration camps so that they can continue doing things like this, these terrible, terrible things. Why does it always look like there's pages missing? The whole thing is weird. The whole thing is very weird. It's terrible. But anyway, I want you to realize that they're not doing their jobs. And they're often just doing a bunch of things to make it look like they're doing their jobs to, again, the base that doesn't understand how things work. So, if they can just fool you because you don't know how it works, it's going to look like they're doing their jobs. Again, I've seen that and dealt with that in the real workforce before. That's why I've tried to share examples of this and stuff like that with you guys so you recognize and understand it too. So, yeah. Anyway. We're probably going to wrap this up. I'm probably going to wrap up this stream. We go ahead and stop the stream here. I had some, let me just make sure, I had some notes here. Yeah. It was hard to say certain things about this that are like definitive, because again, what we're getting from this, like, it's hard to make clear, definitive decisions about this, and so, like, that's why it's really important that we get all of it. Like, that's the point. Like, it's just such blocks and pieces of information. I did get to what I wanted to get to, it looks like. And I just... Yeah, I mean, just that, like, it just... Man. Like... These people are terrible, and the whole point is that they're just getting away with learning how to be more terrible. And I've already said that the cost of even just electricity tripling from one month to the next and then quadrupling by the next month is disgusting. He's a disgusting person. He's a piece of trash. Because the whole point is he could afford to pay for that, but most people couldn't. So he doesn't give a shit. And he has so much money, he could actually, like him and Elon Musk, to get together and buy everyone out of poverty. Or just give everyone a nice paycheck, buy them out of poverty. So they could be just as lucky. And he would basically not notice it. It would be almost negligible for him. Especially if the two richest guys got together. Imagine if they got together with even more rich guys. And so the whole point is that if they really did that and they really cared, they would do that instead of making things cost more. But they're not. They're making everything cost more. Tariffs make things cost more for you and me. Period. And it forces the other person to pay. So they're just gonna force you to pay. Like, they're not gonna do it. It's not a way of making a deal. You didn't make a deal. You showed up with this trade agreement originally, and then said, "Well, we're forcing this on you." They're gonna just be like, "Well, you trade war." Okay, I mean, like, it's just as basic as that. Doesn't matter how much you fight the guy on it. Okay, the more he fights it, the more that should prove. It's not, because again, he has to fight it endlessly. The answer is, again, you don't force tariffs. You don't just randomly say, so you're buying a car and the price is what it is, and then suddenly he rings you up and it's now all of a sudden 30% more than what you calculated it would be. You're gonna suddenly say something, right? You're gonna be like, bullshit. And you're gonna try to take your business elsewhere, right? You consider that a scam, right? Well, the price is what it is. Why is he suddenly raising it by 30%? Just all of a sudden, now that he knows you want it. Here it is. You already have it. 30 more percent, and it's yours. Yeah. You would never buy that. You would go to the next one. Or you'd say, screw you. And go somewhere else. The whole point is it's a bad deal. It's not a deal at all. You know that. So why is he trying to claim like this is a good deal for anybody? It's not a good deal. Because that's the whole point. They know they're not getting a deal. So they're just going to impose the same tariff back because they can't afford to do that. It's not part of the original deal. So that's all that's going to happen. And it's going to be reciprocal tariffs. It's going to cause our prices to go up. That's why we pay it. That's literally all that's happening. Those companies that are importing can't refuse to pay the reciprocal tariff, otherwise the companies, they don't get the import. I mean, it costs what it costs. So when Trump does that, he forces that reciprocal tariff. It's just going to happen regardless of what this asshole says. Like, it doesn't matter. He's just wrong. He's not right about anything. He's wrong about everything. And he's trying to redact it. and lay claim to things Obama and Biden did. Because he knows they got stuff done. I mean, jeez. It's just the truth. Even I sit here in the center of the road and tell you that other Republicans got, like, Bush still got some stuff done. I mean, while there was a lot of bad things to complain about, it's not like, I mean, he still did get some things done, and there was some stuff that he could say he did. But with Trump, no. There's nothing. He doesn't actually do the things that he claims he's doing. He's harming. He's like always the opposite. Anytime he says, like, again, he's giving us a deal and things are going, economy's good. It's the opposite. It's terrible. It's all terrible. All of it. It's getting worse. And that's how it's always been. It's just that, maybe you from your position, you're smart, resourceful, or whatever, and you make do and you whatever. But the whole point is now it's going to start affecting everybody. He's been at it too long that it's going to start, you're really going to start noticing it. You will. And all of us are. Like I said, it looks like electricity rates going up triple from one month to the next and quadruple the next month. It's what it looks like when you don't sign an infrastructure bill. Like, not even in just anything at all. Literally just nothing. Just no infrastructure whatsoever. You don't help with any of it. That funding for federal, none of it. You just take it for yourself. No? What do you think's gonna happen? Where normally these companies would have that, and now they don't. You think they're going to be responsible? Nope, they're going to do what you do, Trump. They're going to take advantage, just like you do, with your example of taking advantage. And they're going to take the same pay increase, even though they can't. And they're going to cut ties and cut, this and that out. And all it's going to do is make things worse and make rates go up. For everything. They're not going to be responsible with it. And likewise, neither are you, neither are the feds. Where again, you had Obama understanding the value in funding renewable energy and not fossil fuels that are finite, that damage the environment. Again, the waste is bad for the environment. The product that goes in the air, just everything about it, and it's finite. It runs out. You will run out of fossil fuels. So why do that? And again, it's bad for the environment too. So why not renewable energy that is, again, far more efficient and actually, doesn't have any effect on the environment? And this is the stuff that Trump is trying to take a shit on because he knows Obama supported it. That's all. It's literally that simple. He's literally just the art of the fucking scammer. The art of the scam. Anything that's for the other guy, nope. It's the wind turbines, they cause cancer. somehow. A giant piece of metal that spins around because the wind pushes it somehow causes cancer. No, this is actually a very efficient use of natural energy. Yeah. It's kind of impressive that with modern engineering we're able to just figure that out. And we've always used, I mean, like, the concept of a fucking windmill in general. I mean, we've had that for a long time. Yeah, but wind turbines, suddenly, they cause cancer. No, it's just renewable energy. And again, he's just trying to take us back to the 50s. You don't want this. You know, again, you want renewable energy, you want clean energy, you want affordable, right? Well, that's solar, that's wind. You know, we shouldn't even, electric cars shouldn't even, again, that's not really something, that should have happened a long time ago. We've been able to do that. It's just that nobody invested in it. That should be a thing that we should have solar cars. And again, they would be electric. But they wouldn't plug in, they would just be solar. They would charge up and stuff like that when you drive, and it would just keep that and retain that. And the body of the car itself would be designed, you know. You know, imagine if we could start engineering paint to act like solar panels. Imagine if you could do that, like just conductive paint. Nobody's doing it. Nobody. What the fuck? And again, Elon Musk comes along and capitalizes on this, and good for him. Electric cars, finally someone does it. That's a positive. Don't look at that as a negative. No, that's a positive. But again, we should have done this forever ago. That should have happened in the 80s. We should have moved on again to solar cars, hydro cars. You know, where you put a glass of water in there and it runs off of just a little bit of water. You can do that. Did you know that? Yeah, just the technology doesn't exist. A billionaire hasn't funded it yet. So it's not cheap enough. Do you get what I'm saying? Suddenly, if you have a billionaire to fund something, it gets done. Okay? It's not some genius thing. It's literally just somebody with resources. That's what I want to... I cannot express that enough. And now, again... he works hard. That's why he's maintained his business. If you actually work hard, you won't have to declare bankruptcy 6-7 times. Like a certain guy. That's it. And like, again, plenty smart enough. Like, seemingly smart enough. I just don't think, again, like the genius level people think. I just think that this goes to his head and he wants to kind of... And it's fine. He's far more smarter than most people, I think. He's above average. But I think, again, people put this... They don't... He works very hard for what he has and is very lucky. But, I mean, again... he's always worked hard, and he's a good-looking guy. So, what does this do in America? Okay? And then again, he's lucky at the same time. So, it was like the trifecta. He just... So, again, that's the point. Because, again, you can do everything right and still fail. Because that's life. Yeah. It's true. That is absolutely 100% true. Very, very lucky, rich people think it's not. These one-off people that, like you see the guy on a platform or something trying to sell you on the concept that it's really easy to make millions of dollars and stuff like that. It's a scam. He sees, if he truly believes that, he looks at things like this. To him, it's easy because he got lucky. No, you just do this, do exactly what I did. Okay, it worked for you, in your position, with your resources, your exact knowledge, everything you did that worked up to that point. Sure. But it's not going to work that way for somebody else in a different place, different things, different moving parts of their lives. It's not the same. And you have your tunnel vision. So it is that way for you. But let's say, again, maybe that person's very, 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 very coveted. They didn't have to deal with, let's say, like the average person. The average person these days does deal with like a fair amount of like regular anxiety of the state of affairs. And so like, let's say the average person does deal with that. So that adds to it. For sure. You can't discredit that. And then so like this guy who luck every corner. People just invest in him. He gets lucky. It worked for him. He's just rich really quick. And so he sees it that way. So it must work that way. And maybe he's even duplicated it a couple of times. Because it works for him, for where he is, for what he's doing, because he is lucky. People invest in him so he can continue to get lucky. That's all. In an RPG, when you get better stuff, does your luck increase? So that way you get better rolls? Mm-hmm. That's why it does that. If you're always rolling a 20-sided die, you're going to get your nat ones once in a while. That's life. Okay? So, like, that's kind of the point. Elon Musk is the guy, he's not even rolling a 20-sided die. He sort of similar to Trump. He's not rolling a 20-sided die. Okay? No. He gets, maybe he's rolling a 20-sided die, but they're not, if he gets below a certain amount, it doesn't count. He gets to re-roll it. Maybe we'll say that. So that's him. Now Trump, he gets to roll a 20-sided die, and he also gets this, because remember, he's the president. If he doesn't like it, he can just re-roll it. Oh, what's that? I had some bad luck today? Oh, well, he's the president, so he can just sit here and have a lavish as much as you want lifestyle, so he can just make that bad luck into good luck. So, not only can he just decide, hey, at any given time, not accept the roll, but re-roll it, basically. But hey, when nobody's looking, he could also just, shift it over a little bit and pretend like you rolled a 20. Hey, look, guys, I got a nat 20. Look. Look. That's Trump. That's the difference. So you and I, we're just rolling a 20-sided die. And we get what we fucking get. Because it's not rigged for us. Do you get what I'm saying? In this country, money does make your problems go away. Period. And it shouldn't be that way. That's the problem. Again, in video games it works this way. In games, because it's a game, you must win. Somebody has to win. Because if everybody wins, it's not a very fun game. But in life, it shouldn't be this way. you do need to work for it and shouldn't just implicitly get lucky all the time. And if that's happening, you need to spread your wealth around. Because everybody else is getting unlucky because you're taking all of it and taking advantage of the fact that you're keeping it the same for everybody. You know, the concept of hoarding too much real money instead of, you know what I mean, or spreading it out in assets and stuff like that, that then you could open up in somebody else's ownership or something, and then that way they benefit from that. Instead of you, maybe you're just a 10% conglomerate now, so that way they can start benefiting instead of you. So maybe you get a little portion, but it's not a monopoly because it's only a 10% portion, and you give more majority to the other person. So now you've walked away from that. So you can create, you have the ability to do this, so you get lucky, but you got to give it to somebody else. And then again, you could still take a portion because it was originally your idea, but that's how you do it. I just feel like at a certain point, you know, like if they're not doing that, they're taking all the luck and the wealth for themselves, and kind of knowing that the system's rigged for them, and then not giving it back, you know. And I think that's genuinely, truthfully, been the problem with the system. It's not suddenly them. It's just been the problem. That's all. It's just like getting worse and blowing up, kind of with a billionaire in the position of the president's office. You know what I'm saying? So you just see it on full display. Because again, that's the point. I don't give a shit what Elon Musk does, but suddenly when he's gutting Doge, you know what I mean? Like suddenly, yeah, now I'm going to start caring a bit. And I start caring kind of a bit what he does now, and now that he is the richest guy and he has to, you know what I mean? Like now it's a little bit different, you know? That's all. Sort of like Trump. You know what I'm saying? Like it's gotta feel like they have the motivation to do what they want to do because, again, they already have obtained their dream. They are already billionaires, wealthy people. Okay, so why is it more money? Why is it more expansion without giving back? That doesn't make any sense. And again, if it's the excuse to leave something for the next generation, there's still plenty left to do that. It's not a valid excuse. There's plenty left to do that. So. And remember, Trump even himself called $1 million a small loan. Okay. And I think it was actually a little bit more than that. I could be wrong, but I feel like it was. And either way, I mean, obviously he's worth more than $1 million, so, you know, it's already well past that. Okay, so where does it end with the wealth? Where do you give back? Where do you pay it forward? Where do you inspire? Alright, guys, thanks for watching. I'll get off here. Thanks for watching. I appreciate it. See you later.